and for our goods. There's no manufacturing in the U.S. So as the world continue to have oil shortages, gas shortages, and the supply chain and the trade routes continue to get messed up by what's happening with in the Strait of Hormuz, that creates not just issue for us to get goods here in the U.S., but also the GDP of other countries gets severely affected. They start to get hungry and starve and go without. So the whole world is being hurt by what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz right now. It's not just hurting Iran, right? And so you have the world.
Imagine this nose coming in to sniff your cannabis field in Kansas. You know how we have federal glyphosate inspectors that'll test your ditch to make sure you're using blood cancer into our wheat. I'm just going to come smell the weed. You know what I mean, as governor? Might smoke it too.
Kind of positioning against us now and preparing for a future without America as a superpower. Because if we continue to be this prophetic, gangster for Israel and not take in, or to account, our allies, their GDP, their citizens' health and welfare, and we continue to marginalize and position the whole world by what we're doing in Iran with no clear outcome and no quote unquote way to win, they're going to turn against us. And so, we've already talked.
It's not just marijuana, by the way. This is American Spirit tobacco. We're going to be growing a whole hell of a lot of that too. And coffee. Where's a coffee seed? Where's a tobacco seed, a coffee seed, and a cannabis seed? I need about 10 of each for myself. Can anybody help me? In the meantime, write me in for governor so I can make sure we all have access to all 3 seeds at all times. Sick of the bullshit. What do you think you need to survive the apocalypse? I can think of 3 commodities. I mean, yeah, food and water, which is basically meat and a wild fruit tree and water. Basically in Kansas, I'm going to catch a catfish. I'm going to take down a deer. I'm going to get a rabbit, a coyote, and a raccoon once in a while, right? And the coons are a little bit more in the city from what I've noticed. But hey, it's all up for, basically meat, water, and then there's once in a while you'll find a pear tree. What a blessing, right? Yeah, they're smaller, not quite as sweet, but still really good. I mean, it kind of lets you know and an abundance of seeds in there. In other words, you can replant that. So anyway, other than food and water, which is like, all sitting right there at the lake, I need to grow 3 plants. The 3 plants I need to grow are coffee, tobacco, and cannabis. They'd tie me down to my land too, wouldn't they? They'd keep me busy, wouldn't they? My tobacco, coffee, and cannabis.
On this show about the whole BRICS dynamic versus the Abraham's Accord. But I think we're starting to see even smaller alliances be created, obviously with what Turkey just did with Saudi Arabia. But now you have Iran and Syria.
It's not just about smoking weed. It's about free farming. It's about freedom in everything you do, especially free farming.
Talks with Russia and China, and if Russia, China, Iran enter into a military and strategic alliance together.
These fucking pieces of shit running the fake federal government, DC, a corporation, a banking corporation, where they say our Congress are actually banking managers, and our president is actually the banking president. He's just the president of a banking corporation who's somehow in charge of America. It must have happened after the fake Civil War. And we must have received his story from the victor.
It's not just, Israel that's in trouble. It's America that's in trouble because we just lost all leverage that we could possibly have. So then, I think the world is, a lot of people obviously are very distracted from this right now and think this is just about Iran killing the protesters and everything else, but we are losing our position as a global super.
I was thinking yesterday, you got all these little satanic commie nigglets running around learning about vibes, good vibes, and aura farming. You ever heard of ambiance? Not just what you think you want to learn about yourself by looking at somebody else. No. Everything around you adds up to whatever the fuck you think your aura or vibe is, bitch. It's an ecosystem. Ambiance.
Power in this. And so just as much as Israel's backed into a corner right now and is going to have to bite because they started this for a prophetic agenda, well, America, look what we've done to our own country, our economy, our national debt, and just the trust of our allies, since Trump has been in office and been Israel's little bitch. So we're in a tough spot, man, a very tough spot.
It's a situation where America sees itself, like we still see ourselves as that hegemon, as the kind of like that big guy.
Ambulance, no, I said ambiance.
On the prison yard, but you can't, it's hard to fight one person, much less two people, three people, it's over. Like you're going to die. And that's what's happening to our empire. You look at the Bretton Woods Agreement, you look at the petrodollar, you look at how we use our currency.
Is it spelled the same as ambience?
Ultimately, if you have these nations that are just taking a look around the world and saying, hey, we don't think this is going to be the arrangement for the next 100 years. I think it's going to end the next really under 30, 20. Trump's really dramatically speeding that up. You are going to make deals with Russia. You are going to make deals with China. And I think specifically for that new kind of like Middle East NATO that we're talking about, for Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Pakistan, I think Saudi Arabia is really worried about the Greater Israel Project. I know MBS is a little cuckold of Netanyahu, but still, I still think he's concerned. And I think what you're going to see is Erdogan, who knows, because they say it all the time, both the Likud people and I forget the guy's name, the opposition leader guy, they say Turkey is the next enemy, Turkey is the next threat. And you can just look on a map of Greater Israel. You have Jordan, you have Lebanon, you have parts of Syria, you have Iraq,
just now.
You have, what else am I leaving away?
Just now noticed the metal tinging and ringing on the other metal with this hook I made for my speaker. Where's the light at? Okay. Metal hooks buzzing on the metal frame. Now it's hanging on a piece of plastic.
You're like there's so much.
North of Saudi Arabia,
Saudi Arabia.
You have Egypt from the Nile to the east. So they're obviously already starting in Lebanon right now, slowly but surely, systematically moving north through Lebanon. They've already pretty much leveraged Jordan because Jordan completely relies on U.S. tax dollars to survive. They don't have a lot of oil or big exports. So Jordan's completely dependent. They've got the king, by the throat there. Right. So really right now, the Saudi Arabia dynamic isn't a big worry for land because obviously a lot of that land in the north of Saudi Arabia, there's really nothing there. Right? So Saudi Arabia doesn't really care about that. It's just desert. But Saudi Arabia has a lot of money. They have a lot of oil. And, they are going to be a necessary ally or a leveraged ally for Israel to get Greater Israel. So again,
as soon as it gets daylight, I might have one or two things to do outside of internet Wi-Fi. This is being done on somebody else's Wi-Fi. This Freedom Stream, and we'll go to flock camera Wi-Fi to finish the Freedom Stream later as well. Fuck flock, fuck Axon, fuck fake cops using them. Fuck all these fake fucking piece of shit pigs and shit bitch that are going up accusing people. I know you did it. I'm 100% sure it was you. I saw you on a flock camera. You know what I mean? Fuck all you fake fucking pigs and shit. So don't even know what fucking branch you work in, dumbass. A lot of cops and deputies think they work in the judicial branch. How fucking sad is that?
I believe they're just setting the stage. And I also believe that Israel wants to, based on their prophecy, to be almost destroyed. They want to have the world turn against them. They want to be the bad guy because they believe that this attack on...
Can you imagine if... I mean, because like, wow. You see that footage of that black sheriff saying he works in the judicial branch? Well, at first he said the branch of government he works in is the sheriff's department. And then once he was made aware that we have three branches, the executive, the legislative, and the judicial, he thought he worked in the judicial. It was just sadness upon sadness for this black male sheriff, obviously put in with DEI. Somebody, it's a fake election. Come on, right? But you have entire buildings full of deputies thinking they work in the judicial branch. You have entire jails thinking they work in the fucking judicial branch. What the fuck, man? But can you imagine if a state trooper thought he worked in the judicial branch? What kind of dumbass shit is that? I mean, I'm sure it's out there, right? Fuck, that's so fucking retarded.
Coming.
Your job is to check the judicial branch, dumb motherfucker. Stop partnering with different branches to harm Americans. Stupid fucking pieces of shit.
And destroying most of Israel.
Yeah, only show this to 14 fucking people in 18 hours, cocksucker. Knowing it's rewindable and they can go check out what the fuck I did in the first couple hours. Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, I left 13 blank hours on your data center. Suck a dick, cunt fuck. Data centers control little robots from the vaccine. They're going to zap you. They're going to zap your vaccine robots from the data center if you don't comply with the 15-minute city. I'll be shot free at the lake, baby. Fake vaccine shot, that is. Free. If I get shot at the lake, it won't be with a fucking vaccine, I'll tell you that much. If you come to inject me, I know you're trying to kill me, and I will defend myself accordingly. You're going to have a couple dead motherfuckers before you get me, bitch.
Well, is how their Messiah, comes into power.
Hold on. The war itself is a ritual. I think this...
The Branch Davidians in Waco, Texas only killed 6 ATF agents. Like 4 or 6. Or, yeah, that's right. No, it's 2. What? Hold on. They had a shootout. It could have been 6 Branch Davidians died and either 2 or 4 ATF agents on that first encounter. Yeah, and all it was were fake agents or agents working in a fake federal government attacking peace-loving and freedom-loving Americans. David Koresh worked at a fucking auto parts store. They could have picked his ass up any day they wanted. Before work, during work, lunch break, after work, just extremely peacefully, right? No. They tried to break into his fucking house and shoot him. And when they couldn't, a couple of them got killed. They killed a couple other people there, right? We got to admit. They came back with a helicopter and did a drive-by, flyby. They started shooting up this motherfucker's bedroom with a 50 cal from a helicopter. Can you believe how fucking scared ATF agents are of regular Americans? Fuck your data center, bitch.
This is a very key point to explain. The entire war is ritual. Go into that. Explain that, because you've done the studying, and of course, you're a veteran. You're very familiar with all this. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's prophetic. So the Gog-Magog war, has multiple different interpretations. But in Zionism, they believe that Gog and Magog is the Christians and the Muslims. They believe that they have to bring the Christians and Muslims to warfare. So again, there's multiple reasons, multiple levels to every action that happens. So again, from ISIS creating the chaos,
start killing those fucking Jews for thinking that they're doing that to us. Not for thinking about, but for harming us with it.
Now, and all the other affiliated terrorist groups, they created all these refugees. So there was two parts that Israel, quote unquote, won here. One, they got to send tens of millions of Muslims, to Europe and to America to create this dynamic, this Muslim.
Sounds pretty simple in the executive order list when I just said no Satanism. When I started out the list, please read the list. A little bit more detail than just no Satanism. A little bit more involved there.
Christian war,
right?
And they're gonna, feed that, false flag it. You know what they do? They put Mossad agents as the leader of terrorist cells, and they recruit people, and they do all the things they've always done, the same things the CIA has always done. But they also were able to get all these people out of their backyard, because they're tens of millions of Muslims now are in Europe and America, and they're not in the Middle East. So they just made it easier, for them to be able to take these countries. But again, the writing's on the wall that they're going to do this. So what I find interesting is seeing these strategic military alliances that are happening right now, and God knows what's coming next.
Yeah, that's hardly.
But I think that if you would go back to before Trump was elected, Israel could almost do no wrong for conservative America, right? And that Judeo-Christian values, I hate even saying that out loud because it's such a crock, but the Judeo-Christian values, especially all the goy slop and Kool-Aid that's been poured into these Protestant churches over the past, 60, 70 years.
Judeo-Christianity needs to be pushed upon Jews. You feel me? They need to become more like Christians, right?
America was ready, I think, before Trump got in office, to support Israel no matter what. But now that Trump's got in office and he hasn't done anything that he said he was going to do, from, no more wars to releasing the Epstein files and everything else, routing the deep state, now you have the conservative party split. And this is, to me, is a very dangerous thing, right? We all know politics from fake and gay, right? The AIPAC owns both sides of the aisle. The left creates the chaos and the dissent and pushes the radical policies against normal morality and values, and the highway to hell is paved with good intent.
Everybody interviewed after the ATF feds attacked the Branch Davidians or David Koresh's house. After the feds attacked David Koresh's house, again, flying right up to him and shooting him from a helicopter. Everybody interviewed said they were peace-loving Christian people. Why would the government come attack them like that? It really scared the heck out of regular Americans just like them, I mean, this young guy was just like, yeah, I heard a couple of agents got killed, but that's because they were attacked. It's because the agents attacked them, and we thought they were really fine people.
Intentions, right? And they do evil things out of the best of intentions. So you've always had the left doing that, but now you have the right, who's going to be used to come in there and save the day and create policies that take your rights, your liberty, your ability to pursue happiness, your constitutional rights away.
Fuck Philip Sarnak.
The
James Lee Gillenwater.
For the greater good, for your safety.
By the way, if you're a Kansan, when you go to vote, skip Philip Sarnak, skip all the other candidates for governor, and write me in. You might check the write-in box. Man, I hope we get rid of the machines. I hope we get rid of a digital vote from a digital machine. Or it's called a virtual image. Hope we get away from that shit. You get a virtual image of your vote. What? Excuse me? What'd you just say?
So that we can, defeat this evil or this cancer. So, they've always been able to play that game. But I think we're walking into probably one of the worst situations we could possibly be in now, because we're headed into midterms. So, there's probably going to be a lot of, radical leftist people who get elected, not just in Congress and Senate, but we're talking governors and, state assemblies and everything else. So you're going to have, again, that radical left, woke virus and everything that comes with it, being pushed back on America, while simultaneously you're going to have conservative America take a big licking and whooping because they put all their eggs into one basket and put Israel above the United States, right? So while I believe even in the fake and gay show of left versus right, I'm always going to lean more conservative, because I believe, at least with morals and values, they're going to mess with things less, right?
Right.
But
I think the upheaval, I want to come in here. I think the upheaval is a big deal, right? Because on the left, their radicalism is cemented. They have their protocol, their plan. They know what they're going to do, and they want to execute on it. If we're able to break with this demonic possessive spirit of Israel and get this out of our politics, I think he would have people like you're talking about that have those values that would emerge. It's just like you say, it's all fake and gay. It literally is completely fake and completely gay. And the current political class, not just here around the world, look at Sisi in Egypt. He's a good example. Look at the guy that runs Jordan as well. All these people, it's just...
See, in Kansas, we're really straight. Our federal government is fake and gay, and our state has cooked to that and adopted it. However, we know we're actually real and straight. So guess what, motherfuckers? I'm coming to make the correction.
Oh, the Ponzi scheme hasn't ended yet. The game of musical chairs hasn't ended yet. I think eventually when you get that collapse that you predicted, I've predicted, all the people on this network predict, basically, Michael Yon, Matt Bracken, you name it, I think you're going to get...
I'm coming to go back to the 1840s. I'm sick of this shit. Any fucking law passed after 1850 is fake and gay. It's bullshit. It was likely made up by global bankers and world traders. By the way, the word trader and the word trader are the fucking same. Whether it's T-R-A-D-E-R, T-R-I-A-T-E-R, same shit. Oh, sorry, O-R, traitor. Trader and traitor, same fucking thing when it comes to America, when it comes to a nation's sovereignty, when it comes to your pursuit of life, love, liberty, happiness, and homesteading. Coffee's on. Eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking. There's beer in Texarkana.
some accountability. What does that look like when things melt down?
Well, unfortunately, again, they want the system to collapse, right? That's how they bring, order.
Oh, of course. I should go ahead and put a moonshine and whiskey distillation and aging in the executive orders. Encouragement for people to do that. In fact, if you age a barrel of whiskey, that's a tax write-off with my governorship in Kansas. I wonder if anybody's ever been the governor of more than one state at different times. Some people just don't stop working. George Washington joined Congress after he was president. This fucking guy, man. George Washington. He lost 5 battles in a row and finally won the 6th one. He refused to be the president. He turned down our begging him to be our president, to be our king, actually. Yeah, that's right. We begged George Washington to be our king. And he said, no. The king is how we got in this mess. And so he turned it down like 3 times. Wrote official letters and everything to us. And we asked him again, and he finally said, okay, but there's going to be limits on it. Sometimes you wonder if guys like that even fucking existed. Did Jesus really exist? Did George Washington really exist? I mean, hell, did Martin Luther King Jr. actually exist? Did JFK actually exist? At some point, it's like, if it didn't happen in my lifetime, how do I even know it's true? Well, you have to trust your fellow man. You can't go around thinking everything's fake and gay. You actually have to trust your fellow man and woman sometimes.
Through chaos.
That's why a trader... First of all, if you prioritize global trade or world trade over your nation's manufacturing, you're a fucking traitor. If you prioritize trade, you're a traitor, right? We need our country's own manufacturing. So you're either dependent upon another motherfucker or not, right?
It's their motto, right? And so that's the part that scares me, right? Like, yes, the optimist in me, the having hope that, you know, everything that I fought for and sacrificed my youth for was worth it, you know, that this country can continue. I mean, yes, that's the hope, right? That's the hope. But on the other end, they want the system to collapse.
All right.
And it might be, you know, all rainbows and butterflies, you know, in the beginning. Oh, we got CBDC, but this is the quick solution. And instead of all of us, you know, losing all of our savings and all of our assets and going into extreme poverty, well, here CBDC comes in to save the day. And maybe the first year it's great. You know, maybe the first year you can, you know, it's just like, you know, Apple Pay. But again, now you've allowed a system that can be completely controlled to be established. And the problem is that once you give the government something, you can never take it back. Once you allow the government to do something, you can never take it back. So if they collapse the system,
unless you become the government, unless you go ahead and, just like George Washington, don't want to be in the government, but you know the future of your nation depends on it. People need what you know you have up here and in here. It's like I said the other day, you might not cuss as much as I do, but how many bugs have you rescued today? How many turtles have you rescued?
someone bringing CBDC, well, I mean, we've already seen it in China, the social credit scores. Hey, you know, you post the wrong thing on Instagram, it's not going to be my account deleted anymore. It's going to be my banking account being frozen, or I'm only allowed to buy like essential goods. And, you know.
Oh, well, what if I fucking stream for, wow. Rumble actually started giving me a little more credit, trusting me more, and reopened my streaming window to 18 and a half hours. I bet it's already closed. I bet they fucking nixed that. That was a one and done. But they had taken me down to 11 and a half. I've done a 24-hour stream a couple of times, and yeah, I like left the Alex Jones show playing while I was sleeping for a little bit, actually, but it was still data and information able to be learned if you click on my show. So anyway, and all of Alex Jones's content has always been free to air for anyone. There's no copyrights on Alex Jones's content ever. So anyway, I streamed for 5.5 hours, and then I just my phone died. My service went out. Prepaid phone. I don't have service right now, but I wasn't in Wi-Fi internet, and so it stops on its own after 24 hours, and then it only saves the amount that you're allowed, that you've been provisioned with in the data center. They finally put me. They gave me more than I remember having. Well, except from the very start, I guess. Like I said, I think was able to put a 24 on there, but they put me back to 18.5 hours. And so it was 13 solid hours of nothing on my last stream. And so a couple days later, I was back in Wi-Fi. Yeah, I have enough videos saved on my phone. Both phones, I just play them. I don't even need internet. I just need to charge the phone to entertain and reinform and reinvigorate myself. Remind, basically. I've already seen the videos, but I have some really good ones. Which kind of reminds me, this guy's talking and stuff, but I'm not just here to play somebody else's fucking show. You better believe that. Listen to this fucking shit.
In 1871, the banks incorporated the United States and called the United States a corporation. And when they created the District of Columbia, what they did was they put that corporation in the District.
Okay, so here's where I'm a little confused. She's basically saying the District of Columbia wasn't even invented until 50 years after the Civil War. I don't know how accurate that is, because we seem to be on the trail, but what are the actual details? One guy says, DC's a corporation out of Rome. It's been like that since our founding. You know, since after we beat the British. We hired the British to do a few services for us, and we hired the Romans to do a few services for us. The Italians, the Vatican, call it whatever you want. The Romans, the Italian, the Vatican, same. So we hired these two foreign nations to do some limited government work. I don't know why. That sounds pretty fucking stupid and risky. And why the fuck would you? That's not George Washington and Thomas Jefferson's values. They didn't invite foreigners to do our fucking work for us. What are you talking about? Limited enumerated government services must have been completely fucking different than this bullshit of giving half of our money away we're under now. So, gosh, to get to the point, our Federal Republic workers in Philadelphia were murdered by the British and Italian workers in DC. And this happened right before the Civil War, right? But she's saying 50 years after the Civil War is when they really settled DC. Or 40 years after. Okay, almost 30 years after. Or something like that, right? So, but let's play it. She's dropping some really important bombs, but I just have a question. Even so early on in this little clip, my main question is, when was DC invented, and what happened to our Federal Republic?
And they will
The slippery
say,
slope, doesn't it?
they will say the reason for the collapse is our Constitution. They'll say what?
So here we go.
In 1871, the banks
Oh,
incorporated the
I thought she said 91, 71. That's only 10 or 15 years after the Civil War. Wait, did it end in 55 or 65? Gosh, I wish. But like I said, it's his story written by the victor. Was it 55 or 65? Anyway, about a decade after our so-called Civil War. Listen to this fucking shit. It took me about 10 times to perfectly time screen recording and press and play to get this. The like Chinese Israeli Apple did not want me to fucking have this to share with you. Neither did the Vatican or the Rothschild. Yeah, that's Israel.
United States and called the United States a corporation. And when they created the District of Columbia, what they did was they put that corporation in the District of Columbia. And they said that the members of Congress were actually managers of that corporation. And
Okay, so it's a farce. DC is simply where the corporation headquarters is located. It's a coincidence. And they're allowing us to think that's actually our capital when it's not. It's actually a banking headquarters.
they said the president of the United States was actually the president of that corporation. So we're not living in the country that we think we're living in. And what I've actually done is I have said that we are under something called state capture. And I have said that there is an interregnum. And if you look that word up, that means that we don't have a legitimate government. And
so when Capitol Police attacked us and killed us and then said that they died after they suicided some of their loose lips, they said we did an insurrection. No, that was obviously a Fed insurrection. And if it happened in a state, it'd be a state insurrection. But if it happened in a county, it'd be a county insurrection. If it happened in a city or a shitty, it'd be a city or a shitty insurrection. So anyway, but she just said a different word, the opposite of that. Where the government doesn't blame the people accurately point out it's a fake government. The fuck are they going to do about that shit, bitch? Are our military really going to work for the banking fucking fake government instead of the people? You join the military because you're patriotic, or do you just want to kill people legally and get paid for it? Why do you join the military? You don't really give a fuck who it is you kill, or what? My face just goes to killing preparation when I think of things like that. When you know how to make that mean face, you know how to apply the pressure to kill a motherfucker, even with your bare hands. Well, anyway, what's the word she said? I keep wanting to say inauguration, but it's the actual correct version of the word from Fedsurrection or some type of opposite of insurrection. We are living in an
said that we are under something called state capture. And I have said that there is an interregnum.
interregnum. Whoo! Fuck. Our states are captured by bankers. How the fuck did how did these pussy ass bankers get the military to listen to them? What? They're just lying to us. What the fuck? We're in an interregnum. We live in an interregnum, or there's an interregnum afoot. There's an interregnum in our midst. In our midst. We are multiple, but we have the same midst. So there's only one of them.
And if you look that word up, that means that we don't have a legitimate government. And when the founding fathers wrote this Constitution, they realized that the bankers were trying to pull a fast one on us and to try to take over our governance. And so they put in a safety mechanism, and there's something called Article
Bankers are pussies and they stick their nose where it doesn't belong.
5, which says
They end up getting put in check when they fuck with the real one.
that when 2/3 of the state legislatures request an amendment, that the Congress is required to convene a constitution to consider amendments. And the Congress was supposed to do that back in 1929. They've been in contempt of the American people. They haven't given us the opportunity to get our original Constitution back. They haven't even told us that we are not operating under our original Constitution. They've been lying to us.
And do you have any science to back up your opinion?
And of course, and then I got that little bit of a different video. And of course, when I say, if you can make that face, you can apply the pressure to kill with your bare hands. I didn't just make that up. And no, I don't go around killing people with my bare hands. I go around accidentally breaking people's fucking arms in my sport. I think I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Oh, okay. 5-time state arm wrestling champion on my weak arm. 5 trophies on my blown ass, damaged ass, tiny arm, right? Not even my big, strong one. Because everybody wants to do right-handed. Our local state tournament has always been right hand only. I really hope they've finally fucking opened it up, man. This old guy, I mean, God bless him. He's a good man. But he's just always right arm. And the pads sit directly in front of each other. It's some weird old 70s fucking style of arm wrestling. You're just not sitting down, you know? So it's bullshit. But so it's more dangerous, and you only get to use one arm. So it's really kind of fucked up. But anyway, I've won it 5 times for my weight class, and second place in a higher 2 weight classes up. That's actually one of the 5. So when I say that, I know what it's like to just run through another man's arm, pull another man's whole fucking body over. I know what it's like when my whole body gets pulled over, yet I'm good enough to keep my fucking arm attached. So even when I lose badly, I don't get injured because I know what the fuck I'm doing. I know how to stay safe, and I can teach you. Well, anyway, imagine if that was somebody's neck and not their arm. That's all you gotta do. That's literally all you gotta do. Imagine if I grabbed the side of somebody's fucking head instead of their hand. Oh, you don't think I can break a neck with the same strike I can break a fucking arm? Yeah, I think you might need to reevaluate what the fuck you know. You might want to show up to an arm wrestling practice someday if you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, dumbass little pussy tranny faggot bitch, right? That's where the fuck we're at. It's 5:55. Listen to this.
New kid on the block. And this new kid on the block is not just running the show in the United States, but they actually trying to conquer this world. We call them techno-fascists. Look at them. One of them tried to take role even in the government, Elon Musk, and he's the smartest one.
I mean, imagine if I get somebody in a headlock and just decide to squeeze and twist. It's game over for that person, right? Unless they can, jump up and fucking do a back dive and all the weight lands on me, and somehow that causes me to release my grip before I twist their fucking head off, then they might stand a chance. I mean, unless you run backwards into a wall that has a fucking spike on it, I think I'm twisting your fucking head off, right? You're either going to sleep or your neck's breaking. Or I'm just fucking with you, right? Keep in mind, I was almost murdered for just putting my arm around somebody's neck for fun. It was a bouncer at the bar while I was drunk. But yeah, anyway. I blocked and dodged like 12 of his punches. So much so that I stepped back and laughed at him. And then he caught me. And then he like beat my limp body. He ran across the... I just took a few steps back to disengage because like, nah, man, I'm not trying to fight you. I was just putting my arm around you. And he actually knocks me out and beats my limp body and tries to kill me because I just made him look bad. Just because I made him look like a fool, outclassed him, embarrassed him, put my arm around his neck for fun, didn't even squeeze, didn't even twist, and the motherfucker thinks he has the right to murder somebody. That's called being really bad at your job, using excessive force, being lucky you didn't get criminal and civil charges. But like, yeah, I think I can break somebody's fucking neck with my bare hands. I'm pretty fucking sure of it.
Not is one of them. But there are two others. The worst one is Alex Karp, the Palantir. He is the one who is targeting Russian kids. He is the one who is killing Russians and is very proud of it. Why is he doing? Why this?
He also killed the Iranian kids that Trump doesn't want to admit to. Alex Karp is afraid of a Christo nationalist throwing him out of a window or off of a balcony, whichever one of those two he is. But what do you have to have in order to throw somebody off of something? Strong hands. Yay! So in other words, Alex Karp is afraid of my hands. Perfectly fitting with what I just described. I know Alex Karp is afraid of my hands.
Alex Karp, the Palantir. He is the one who is targeting Russian kids. He is the one who is killing Russians and is very proud of it. Why is he doing? Why this pervert is doing this? And he is a pervert, and it's well known. Why is he in a position to drag United States into this war?
Why are we letting the pervert Alex Karp murder children and representing our country like that?
It's not only money. No. It's much more powerful than money. It's a desire to destroy Russia as the last Christian country in this world. The same way as that's trying to destroy United States that have been Christian through the whole history of this great country. It's not about us. It's about people like Alex Karp and others that are not even 100% mentally here.
Tastes good.
Look at his behavior. Hear what he's saying. He hates kids, basically, and he stated it a few times.
Wow.
He is behind killing girls in Iran school.
He's an ugly motherfucker, isn't he? Pushing his lips and nose out like he flares his nostrils and protrudes his lip all the time. But I want to punch him. I'm going to grab Alex Karp by his fucking shirt and just start fucking pounding his face, dude. Like, I want him to swing back too. I want him to punch me while I'm punching him. That's what I want from Alex Karp. That's what I want you for, Alex Karp. I need to lock. I want us to just grab each other's shirt collars and just start fucking punching and see who gets knocked out first. Even if there's referees, even if our president, who's fucking covering up your ass, bitch, has the Secret Service, CIA, FBI, DC police, ATF agents stop me as the referee, and I don't get to fucking kill you. I want that chance to knock you out, pussy. Sign the fucking contract. Alex Karp. I'd like to just flat out say I'm coming to find you and kill you, bitch. You murdered Russian children. You murdered Iranian children. You slandered my fucking nation to make the world think I don't like children, bitch. You're the one who doesn't like children, and I'm coming to fucking kill you, pussy bitch. As soon as I'm governor, you're hanging from your neck until you're dead. God damn it, faggot. I'm killing you, bitch. I'm fucking coming to kill you legally, Alex Karp. I'm taking office to kill you. But I also want that match in the fucking cage or boxing ring in the meantime. Even if they don't let me kill you, I want that fucking match, pussy.
Behind killing girls in Lugan school in Sarabelsk. He's behind killings of Russians, and he is damn proud of himself.
How do you wake up?
He runs your country.
How do you wake up?
He is the one who have stolen power from American people. No one ever elected this guy. No one ever gave him authority to run your country. But he is right now trying to implement.
I mean, come on. Really? The farce of slap fighting, the farce of slap boxing. You're just going to stand on the other side of the table. That's disrespectful to arm wrestling, by the way. There's a fucking table that gets used in arm wrestling. These lazy fucking sad sacks of enemy bitch shit are just letting themselves get brain damage. That doesn't make America healthy again. Here, stand there and let me give you brain damage. No, I'll stand here and let you give me brain damage. No, I want the brain damage. No, I want the brain damage. So at least we don't disrespect arm wrestling. We don't leave it up to a coin toss as to who gets to go first. The match starts with the scruff of the fucking shirt collar gripped and the hand loaded back. This is how the fucking match starts. And it goes both ways. We have each other's fucking shirts and fists aimed at the face. And of course, it's if you get a larger swing, you're going to get more power. But you could also come in more quickly and disorient them a little bit before they finish that full swing. And so there can still be technique involved. And wouldn't we learn more? And doesn't it look like there's an equal footing? And it's a fairer fight. Essentially, you're leaving it up to a coin toss. Because you can't slap somebody as hard with your bell rung as you can fresh, right? Or does it make you really put everything into it? Sometimes it could wake you up if you don't get knocked out. And then of course, he tilted his chin down, he cheated. So at least it taught us all you got to do is fucking tighten up your neck, lift up your shoulders, and point your chin down, and you won't get knocked out most of the time.
Implement all his perverted views as well as as friend of his.
Like, oh, that didn't count. He leaned into it. Fuck you.
Yet another techno-fascist, and they haven't started 2 days ago. No, they started quite.
I'm coming to kill Alex Karp by hanging him from his neck until he's dead with a rope in Kansas. If he ever steps foot in Kansas, I'm killing him legally. And if he's nearby Kansas, I'm sending my Rangers to hunt him. I'll send my fucking Rangers to Colorado, Nebraska, Missouri, Oklahoma, my neighboring states, if I find out Alex Karp is there. You're getting captured and killed, motherfucker.
some time ago. And they were building.
I don't give a fuck that you run the drones that do all this fucking killing with Palantir. When I'm governor, I'm killing you, Alex Karp. I'm killing you, Bill Gates. I'm killing you, Anthony Fauci. If I find out you're in my state, and as well, I'm going to hunt you in other states too.
Empire.
When the hunter becomes the hunted, Alex Karp. You're not controlling my nanobots from a data center, pussy. I'm coming to break your fucking neck.
Of hatred. And now one of them is stating that, well, Pope is Satan because he's willing to limit artificial intelligence. So he's fighting Pope, calling him devil. Yet another guy of technofascists, there are three of them. Russian people are killed, and that's the purpose of this motherfucker. And two others, they've been killed by drones produced by Americans.
The pervert kills children, especially little girls. That's the purpose of this motherfucker, Alex Karp.
Brits, Germans, using missiles produced by all NATO countries, and they're so damn proud of themselves that they're killing Russians. They're not trying to win this war, no. They're willing finally to eliminate the last country where man is man.
As governor, if Alex Karp, Bill Gates, or Anthony Fauci step foot in my state, or George Soros, come on, the list goes on. Let me just stop with these four fuckers. Oh, King Charles. Yes, King Charles. Whoa. This is how you know I stopped fucking around. As Kansas governor, I promise and I vow, right there along with my oath, which is going to include revive the Constitution, by the way, not just preserve the fucking bullshit that's been done. I'm tired of idiots working in my country. Trying to run it. So anyway, as Kansas governor, I vow to kill Alex Karp, Bill Gates, Anthony Fauci, George Soros, and King Charles if they think about step foot in my state. They're captured and killed. Boom. Hypothetical, so you know. And you deem me unelectable, so obviously it's a far-fetched shot in the dark that can't actually take place anytime soon in reality. It's obvious, right? And I don't have a great following, so somebody else will go do it. No, but that's one of my campaign promises. Any and all of those 5 motherfuckers are dead if they step foot in Kansas, right? Better stay in Argentina. George Soros isn't even allowed back in the country he was born in, Hungary.
And
Islam. Now, I'm not trying to.
that there is new kid on the block. And this new kid on the block is not just running the show in the United States, but they actually trying to conquer this world. We call them techno-fascists. Look at them.
Hypothetical time and place is not the same thing as you know exactly when the time and place is, right? So I don't expect anybody to make up any bullshit to get me in trouble for that either. I know what the fuck the law is, and I know what the fuck my rights are. And I know the one motherfucker that has the right to decide if you live or die in his state. Or her. Hers.
One of them tried to take role even in the government, Elon Musk, and he's the smartest one of them.
I know the one motherfucker that can save your life.
Two others. The worst one is Alex Karp, the Palantir. He is the one who...
It goes both ways. The governor also has the right to save somebody's life and pardon somebody who's been wrongfully punished, too harshly punished. As governor, I vow to look at every single prisoner's case in my state and see who needs to be pardoned. I know some people are wrongfully imprisoned, and I plan on getting them out of there.
Who is targeting Russian kids? He is the one who is killing Russians and is very proud of it. Why is he doing it? Why this pervert is doing this? And he is a pervert, and it's well known. Why is he in a position to drag United States into this war?
Why is this pervert doing
It's not only money. No. It's much more powerful than money. It's a desire to destroy Russia as the last Christian country in this world. The same way that's trying to destroy United States. They've been Christian through the whole history of this great country. It's not about us. It's about people like Alex Karp and others that are not even 100% mentally here. Look at his behavior.
I keep positive, that's fine.
Here,
I keep positive, that's fine, because I own this video on my phone. He said, somebody who's not even all the way mentally there. That reminds me of all white Jews who claim to be a sand nigger or a Semite, right? Quick example, there's a lot of, or no, quick proof, not example, of proof. There are a lot of white Russian Jews who will take a bullet for the motherland, but not for Israel. Rothschild, sand nigger Israel, murderous, genocidal. If you're white, move from Europe and start calling yourself a sand nigger, right? That's that's a fucking retardation psychosis right there, dog. Clearly a white guy claims to be a fucking sand nigger. Shut the fuck up, dumbass.
hear what he's saying. He hates kids, basically, and he stated it a few times.
Sold out.
He is behind killing
Sold out.
girls in Iran school. He's behind killing girls in Lugan school in Sarabelsk. He's behind killings of Russians, and he is damn proud of himself. He runs your country. He is the one who have stolen power from American people. No one ever elected this guy.
Yeah. Because
No one ever gave
the
him
president doesn't
authority to run your country. But he is right now.
our president, Donald John Trump, is so fucking embarrassed at how Alex Karp kills little girls, school children all over the world, and puts our name on it. Our president is fucking embarrassed by this guy. Who the fuck is holding our president hostage? Why the fuck does this white guy think he's a sand nigger? Why does he hate children? And making it look like we're the ones killing children. I'm killing you, Alex Karp, as soon as I'm governor. And you step foot in my state. I'm actually going to send my rangers out to hunt you too.
Trying to implement all his perverted views, as well as he as friend of his, yet another techno-fascist, and they haven't started 2 days ago. No, they started quite some time ago. And they were building the empire of hatred. And now one of them is stating that, well, Pope is Satan.
As soon as I'm Kansas governor,
Because he is willing
Alex
to
Karp when he
limit
comes to my
artificial intelligence. So he's fighting Pope, calling him devil.
you're campaigning
Yet
on
another guy of techno-fascists. There are three of them.
justice. Campaigning on
Russian
justice.
people are killed, and that's the purpose of this motherfucker. And to
Every day, every morning, I held my hand on my heart and looked at my flag and pledged my allegiance to it. Finished off with liberty and justice for all. I'm killing Alex Karp as soon as I become Kansas governor and he steps foot in my state. You're dead, faggot pussy.
others,
Come think you have a contract with one of my aircraft manufacturers. You're fucking dead as soon as you get here.
they've been killed by drones produced by Americans, Brits, Germans, using missiles produced by all NATO countries, and they're so damn proud of themselves that they're killing Russians. They're not trying to win this war, no. They're willing finally to eliminate the last country where man is man, where woman is a woman, where we love kids, we believe in God, and we're not scared to fight for our beliefs. We do not hate Ukrainians. We feel sorry for them. But people that behind this massacre, not Ukrainians. Those are puppets of those fascists. But how come that even your statesmen being corrupted by people like Zelensky, using money that's been stolen from your taxpayers?
By the way, motherfuckers, the Pledge of Allegiance is coming back to Kansas. Hour 1 of day 1 of my governorship. That's right. I need to add that to the list. Please read that description. Read just the second and third paragraph. The first couple lines is the continuation of the title in the description. But I mean, yeah, sure. Go ahead and read that first paragraph. Because it includes the lead-up jobs, Mayor of Wichita, Sheriff of Sedgwick County, before I get to my ultimate favored position, the Governor of Kansas. I even want that more than United States President. That motherfucker gets pushed around by bankers. No, I need a foothold to make a difference in my home. So anyway, we're going to be pledging allegiance not just to the U.S. flag, but to the Kansas state flag. Every fucking morning, every fucking kid in school. And how about every fucking worker at a job? Nah, this ain't Chinese communists. Any business who wants to is allowed to make their fucking employees do the Pledge of Allegiance. Nah, any employee who doesn't want to doesn't have to. But the option is coming back. The option's coming back to the fucking table, to the forefront, to be presented to you. Nobody 30 and under is very patriotic. They don't give a fuck about the country very much. They didn't do the Pledge of Allegiance in school. Yes, I know some of their parents taught them about how great the country is, and they do know. But you didn't do the Pledge of Allegiance every day, such that it was just another part of your life. It wasn't some extra thing, some satanic commie said, oh, you shouldn't be doing that. It was a part of your fucking life, bitch. It's part of your being's fibers.
Yes. Look at this guy, even this one that just passed away, Lindsey Graham.
Fuck him.
He was not a nice guy. Has been politely stated by Donald Trump at his funeral. But who killed Lindsey?
Rot in hell, salivating pedophile. Burn and rot in fucking feces and semen. Just like Satanists try to slander my Lord and Savior is doing for being a criminal. Oh, he was a criminal. Oh. Did he hurt you?
Graham. Oh, you want us to believe that 70-year-old guy just suddenly died?
Did Jesus hurt you? I get that that's from the Alex Jones Sneeko debate, where of course I modified it to apply to Jesus, but Sneeko said, because he was getting destroyed in this argument about Islam. And Sneeko said, well, Alex, I didn't want to go there, but since you're doing ad hominem attacks, the day Sandy Hook happened, I had to go home from school early. And Alex said, oh, did I hurt you? That's one of the funniest fucking things I've heard lately. He said, did I do something to your poopy? like the little fag was still wearing a diaper and shit when he was in middle school. That's funny. Or was it elementary school? I don't know. Who gives a fuck? Little foreign cut.
Died just coming back from Ukraine. Something happened and he just passed away.
Did I hurt you?
Or maybe Ukrainians killed him. Because when he is dead, it's 100% warranty that this new bill with sanctions from hell will be very shortly and fastly signed by whomever voted for.
People think Alex Jones committed the Sandy Hook murder, you know? That's the vibe, interpretation, connotation. Our fake federal government wanted to give you about Alex Jones. The slander didn't even occur until Hillary lost the election. Yes, Alex Jones lost Hillary the election. Even if he was only 2% of it. We must have had a fucking landslide for Trump to win either time, you know? But who's controlling him? Who's manipulating his bodily electric field with voice-to-skull technology? Which person on the face of this earth is speaking into our president's head? Yes, it's just called synthetic telepathy. It's voice-to-skull technology. They've been doing it since the 70s, I guess. Just imagine they actually do it to all of us. Not speak to us, but maybe some people who have schizophrenia are they're actually getting spoke to by somebody from their fucking from their perch or whatever. But with our cell phones, the voice-to-skull technology is so easy. I bet, and it's not. It doesn't even have to be human voice. It can be. They can mimic any human voice they want, but and Sasquatch can do it naturally. Here's where even the one person is going to jump off, and a new single individual will. The one's going to go to a zero. But yeah, our military and fake federal government simply mimic what God and nature do. Actually, did I finish why I paused that? I can't remember.
For by whomever has to vote. But what are those sanctions about? Well, you want to sanction us? You want to sanction countries that are buying gas?
Which human on the face of this earth, or is it a team using AI, is speaking into our president's mind? Or, oh yeah, because it doesn't even have to be speech. It can just, you think it's your own thoughts. You believe it's your own thoughts. And you could actually be having been given thoughts by your phone or by a satellite or by the cell phone tower down the street. Right? Or our entire country or parts of the planet. And could be part of what the big deal. Some people probably think they have the ability to control the planet's minds, but in any case, it can be done individually and in groups. It's not a forced. It's not a forced thing. You also have to kind of believe it, buy into it, and go with it. And then they could say it's not even their fault, right? But especially with nanotechnology, that's remote controllable robots in the Pfizer shot. Yes, there's remote controllable robots in the Pfizer shot. 1 trillion of them, or up to. There can be in a syringe. It's not that each one has arms and legs or a propeller. It's conductive material, mesogens, liquid crystal, that search and seek out a destination, gather in high-density nerve bundles. What bodily system kind of regulates the rest of them? Oh, the nervous system. Yeah. And the liquid crystal mesogens can learn and grow and conduct electricity and be controlled with radio frequencies, so remote control. And so, yeah, it's not like a trillion little humanoids. It's material that can learn and be operated remotely. So something to keep in mind: stop eating so many food-like substances, stop getting injections, start taking a zeolite, start sweating, stop using glyphosate so you can tan better. That's stop eating wheat in America so you can increase your melanin and block the 5 and 6G. Block the remote controllability a little bit, even when it is in us. I have to admit, I haven't been scanned, but I'm sure it's in me. It's in all of us. It's in every plant, every animal, our air, and our water now. They've been spraying it. Atmospheric aerosol injections. How else do you get conductive and potentially radio controllable material in all life forms and substances that life uses? Like, you can call water living. There's living organisms in the water. The water can flow and behave and reacts to stuff. And so we need it for our life. So yeah, water is a part of life. But how else do you get radio controllable material? Silicon and graphene. Silicon dioxide and graphene oxide. Radio controllable material and conductive material in your body. It's from food-like substances, chemtrails, poison water, poison shots, what did I title this video? Here's a recall training method or a test. What is my title even? Oh, Kansas cannabis will be king, will reign. Kansas cannabis will reign supreme. What did I title it exactly? Well, anyway, we have some of the best farmers on the planet. Everybody knows that. Kansas is a giant farm. Well, it's about 1 million farms. I need to look up some hard facts and stuff, especially if I ever do get a chance to debate a political opponent. But anybody who thinks they want to hit me with some little factoids, I'm going to come with crushing crimes against humanity blows. Yeah, ask me what the exact population of the state is. Ask me how many Latinos we have. Ask me how many farms we have. I'm going to ask you how many pounds of heavy metals have been pumped into the sky this week. How many fucking babies have you murdered down the street at the doctor's office? And how much foreign DNA have you shot up into people's children in the past few days? How many sets of defibrillator paddles have gotten prepared for the baby's very first injection? That's what the fuck I'm going to ask you if you ask me how many black people are in Kansas, or how many people are on welfare. I'm going to ask you how many of us are able to be remote controlled by foreigners even. Ido Bachelet, Israeli doctor, is the one who had the trillion nanobots remote controllable in the syringe at the TED Talk 11 years ago, and then signed the contract with Pfizer, and then the pandemic hit. And now it's just in the past 10 years that there's conductive material in everything. Radio controllable material in everything. All living organisms and our resources. There's just some anti-American, anti-Kansan fuckery afoot, and we're going to stomp it out. Oh, you're afoot? That's afoot.
Gas and oil from Russia. Why?
He said the heel is going to crush your head if you strike it.
What's in it for you? In this case, Lassie, you want to sanction our president, our top-notch people?
The seed of a woman. That's a child before it grows up. What's Alex Karp killing? What's the abortion doctors killing? What are the doctors and nurses retarding with the poison shots? The seed of a woman, the seed of a woman, the seed of a woman. They're fucking terrified of us.
In this case, just declare war on Russia. Because basically, if you sanction Russian president, that means there's no longer American embassy in Russia. You go, how can you come to the president and tell him, oh, Mr. President, I'm an ambassador of the United States, and by the way, we do not recognize you, and we're going to sanction you. Well, wow. That's a new word in diplomacy.
Vladimir Solovyov,
case,
stay right there because I want to go back over some of what you
relation.
said. I want to go back over some of what you said because I'm not in the business here as an apologist for Alex Karp, but no doubt he's behind a lot of the AI directing weapons against Russia and in Gaza against the Gazans. And he said that. He said he's proud of it. So I think it's accurate when you say when it comes to the tech's teeth to a great extent, it is Alex Karp and their military division of Palantir and some of the other companies. But specifically, when you ask who it is, it's a consortium in the military-industrial complex. It's BlackRock and the big global banks. Larry Fink needs this war to have the world economy go down.
Pretty sure our president wants me to kill Alex Karp with my governorship when he steps foot in Kansas because he's embarrassing our president. Our president won't even admit that we killed those schoolgirls. And by we, I mean Alex Karp and Palantir. Our president is embarrassed that Palantir killed all those fucking schoolgirls in Iran and Russia. It's Alex Karp, right? He does a lot of the remote controlling himself, I'm sure. And so does the president, but he didn't, I don't think he did. I don't think our president would. That's funny. Let it be known that presidents get to fly the drone sometimes. Obama, maybe Trump. Ooh, just think Kamala was doing that, or whomever was in the Biden suit. Well, but like, yeah, and now the president gets blamed for all the schoolgirls dying. Don't worry, President Trump. I know the truth. I'm going to get him for you. If you call our president a pedophile protector, he's going to flip you off and say, fuck you. Could you imagine how he feels when he gets accused of murdering entire schools of girls?
So they can put everybody on the central bank digital currency. It's the old British Empire that's heavily quarterbacking NATO and the Northern Group.
I'll get him, Mr. President.
And then it's Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu with the AIPAC lobby putting the pressure on Congress to get that and starting the war with.
I'll get that fucking honky cracker. Hillbilly, redneck Peckerwood who thinks he's a fucking sand nigger kike. Semi. You fucking psychotic, retarded piece of shit. I'm coming for you, bitch.
With Iran to drag us in, you have that consortium of groups.
I'll get him, Mr. President.
Groups that want this war. You have the unelected EU Commission, who has bad demographics, terrible economic outlook. They admit, other than war with Russia, to be an effect that they can unify and control their population. So to me, it's a consortium.
Exactly. And there's a fight inside this consortium. You're absolutely right. But what I see right now, like new sharks are eating the old ones. And that's what's happening in Ukraine. That's why right now They basically eliminated a threat that was coming from Minister of Defense of Ukraine, Fedorov, who was pro-Palantir. So he was trying to put all the money that they had only on Palantir, and
I reserve the term kike for Israeli Zionists and worldwide Zionists because they're Nazis. Zionists and Nazis have always been partners. One of them kills the Jews, right, the Nazis. The other one sends the Jews to the Nazis to be killed, or robs them and makes them commit murder and genocide. So which one's a better option to you? And then you realize it wasn't just the Jews they did it to. They did it to all German patriots in the mid and late 1800s, in early 1900s. Before World War I even. They say, oh, the Holocaust of World War II, just because supposedly some of them got put into ovens. Holocaust is death by fire. What about all the ones that were gassed, hung, shot? That's not Holocaust. That's just execution, or that's just murder. That's just mass murder. So anyway, but it wasn't just Jews. They don't want you to know they did it to all German patriots.
on FPVs, and he forgot about other big boys with traditional weapons. So those guys find a way to get him out of the picture.
Yeah,
But
people
you're
don't know.
right, we haven't
Remember,
consulted him of anything.
we have very
Other
poor
than
Americans, and there's a lot of them aren't to be like you. Zelensky's been cleaning house, so has NATO and other groups. A bunch of the former oligarchs and war profiteers have been getting bombed, killed, disappeared. Can you speak to that? Because that's obviously where you're going.
What's happening right now in Ukraine? There's not enough money to steal. Because for those guys, they started with thousands, then millions, then billions, and they can never stop. They can never stop. They're like dogs. They cannot stop eating when there's food to eat. And now they started killing one another. What's happening in Monaco, when they were trying to eliminate one of the guys who was controlling the fake telephone business with all those crooks on the telephone that are stealing people's money. They tried to blow him in Monaco, and it was done by a lady named Berezovskaya. They killed her in Ukraine because
they tried to blow him. Well, he's very eloquent in our language, his second language, but by they tried to blow him, they tried to blow his cover. A Russian scarlet tulip tried to blow his cock, or with a missile, they tried to blow him up. I'm still wondering which one he's talking about. So, but his fucking voice is the shit. What did he just say that sounded really cool? This is basically the Alex Jones of Russia. He's even more serious than Alex is. He's even more hardcore and to the point and direct than Alex is. He said this pervert kills schoolgirls in Russia and Iran. That's the point of this motherfucker. What? Alex Karp. Oh, it's getting daylight, so I feel better. Good. It's getting daylight, so I feel better. And I don't want to be so negative. I'm not gonna repeat over and over very many more times that I am executing Alex Karp, George Soros, Anthony Fauci, Bill Gates, and King Charles if they ever step foot in Kansas. In fact, I'm also going to send my Rangers out to hunt them, knowing that we're well meeting our budget. We're not killing babies anymore. We're not mutating Kansans' DNA anymore. We're not allowing doctors to make parents complicit in pedophilia in the form of injections, poison injections into your baby and children. That is a kind of pedophilia. You have to see it that way. You have to open your eyes. In fact, it could be worse. What's worse? I don't even want to try to fathom all the different types of abuse that there are. But would you rather have your ball sack touched by an unwanted person, or would you rather be injected with foreign DNA and heavy metals to fuck up all the hard work your ancestors built and to screw your future progeny, right? There's a little bit of a difference in the type of pedophilia we're dealing with as well. It's actually a slightly more hardcore version. This injection shit, this fucking poison injection shit. Why don't I hear anybody else talking about that? The pedophilia, oh, they love kids. No, they fucking hate kids. They want to murder your kids. They don't want to just touch the fucking private parts. They want to fuck off all your ancestors and your grandkids.
Face was on the tape.
Physically.
So Ukrainian special
In your
forces
genome.
decided to wipe her out of this world, to clean the page. They're fighting whomever is a threat for the money that they're stealing.
As long as they're not
But
coming in
not
from me.
just stealing, they're stealing
I've
from
just seen two cops
taxpayers'
come.
money,
As long as they're not coming in here from me, I'm good.
through politicians, within politicians. I'm pretty much sure that
All I do is threaten pedophiles and murderers and committers of crimes against humanity. And I legally threaten them. I'm not breaking the law when I threaten them. You would flat out expose yourself as a pedophile and crimes against humanity committer protector if you try to harm me for the stuff I'm saying. Oh, and you'll be destroying our Constitution and founding fathers. And
if you look at top-notch French, Norway,
what's new about that, though, right?
Denmark, German, British politics, they're all on the payroll, as well as a lot of
I like how this lady over here made sure to stare at me, but looks like she dropped something on her way in.
Ukrainian supporters among officials and elected members in your country.
And where you're going is exactly where I was going to go. The word I got is, and it was confirmed by a lot of high-level folks like Larry Johnson and others, Graham was set to be indicted here and overseas for getting hundreds of millions from Ukraine. So it was perfect timing to get rid of him, to make him a cause
Exactly.
celeb. But it's just because, and even Interpol and even NATO admits that Zelensky is killing the people that were getting too fat at the trough. Now that the money's been cut, that's not Russian propaganda. And now I look at Zelensky.
It has nothing to do with Russia.
Yeah, well, so give us the bottom line. Things aren't going well. Obviously, they've strategically lost. NATO strategically lost. Russia's outperforming 3 times the munitions.
I don't know where from. In the United States and in Europe, they got this idea that Russia is losing on the front line. It's complete bullshit.
You think that hook's there?
We're not moving as fast as during the Second World War, but at the same time,
My legs are
we're
right
moving fast enough.
there.
Well, let me just stop you. Let me just stop you and give you my perspective. Tell me I'm right. Putin said it's a limited military special operation. He doesn't want to go to full war and give NATO what they want.
Exactly.
So he does the bare minimum. And in a war of attrition, he's having a major strategic victory. Even the Pentagon admits, just like Iran is having a strategic victory right now. You might explain that.
Okay, with Iran, it's a little bit different story because there is no land involved. So there is no land operation so far. There was one attempt that they're trying to cover with rescue operation of the American pilot that obviously was an operation on trying to get the nuclear material from Iran. And it was complete disaster. And we don't even know how many people were killed, how many Americans were killed. In Russia, it's completely different scenario. We're moving forward. Amount of losses on our side and on the Ukrainian side cannot be even compared. But there's one easy number to remember. Every time when we exchange bodies of dead soldiers, we give to Ukrainian side 500 plus. They give us around 30. That's why when Zelensky is saying that, oh, come on, losses of Russian side, tremendous. We're killing Russians in quantity. It's BS. It's complete bullshit. He is trying to catch people on the streets and get them on the front line. In Russia, every single person who is fighting right now for the last 2.5 years, they volunteered for the service. These 6 months, we have 200,000 people who signed new contracts with Russian military. We're not willing to take Lviv. We're not interested in taking Kiev or whatever they're calling it right now. And we never ever stated that we're trying to destroy Ukraine and to conquer the whole Ukraine. If anyone is actually
thought I was just
interested
some
in
other.
what we're putting as plans,
If you thought
they
you met
should
somebody like me
take
before,
and read the
it might make you
scripts of the Istanbul
you thought you
Agreement
heard of somebody like me before,
that could stop this war.
you might read
If
here.
not by Boris Johnson, corrupted asshole, and Macron, the person who is heavily beaten by his own wife. It's all propaganda. It has nothing to do with reality.
Well, let me ask you this.
Whatever West is saying, it's complete bullshit. We're getting where we're willing to go.
Well, no
We're
one's
not
denying.
far
No one's
from
denying.
Sumy, Kharkov, yeah.
Guarantee just about everything I do and say, I'm not alone in. I just might put it on the airwaves a little more than some. But guess what I learned? You know what I learned a few hours ago? And it's comforting because I know the amount of resources I need to have, even to keep myself safe. I don't want too many resources or I'll be a target if shit does hit the fan. If the power's out for longer than a week, it's door-to-door hunting for a generator and food. If you're in the city, or the suburbs, and it's not a close-knit, well-disciplined, every individual community, or if the neighboring community decides to come loot, looting is for the stores, but robbing occurs shortly after that. 3 days, the stores get looted. A week, houses start getting looted. Well, anyway, by 3 weeks, it's Walking Dead, and by 3 months, it's Mad Max. I'm simplifying, but okay. So to continue, because the thing that makes you think, whoa, that's right. The scariest person on the face of this earth is a mother or father who has hungry children. I mean, when does a bear attack you? The number one is when it's a mother protecting her cubs. Number two is the bear's hungry. Or the bear's cubs are hungry. So, anyway, the most dangerous person. I just want to say, do I have to say it in the same way? On the face of this planet is a mother or father who has starving children. I said starving instead of hungry. Because, yeah, okay, we all get hungry. I'm hungry. And then I thought, you know what? I'm pretty unique. I don't have human children that I know of. Wish I did, actually. Could have started 20 years ago when I was 18. But let's keep in mind, I'm unvaccinated and I'm still in pretty fucking good shape, even though I haven't combed my beard, even though I haven't shaved my beard off yet. I mean, let me just do a quick little example here. This is 100% organic American Spirit. Let me just kind of show you what I'm talking about. Make sure I get the flag. Oh, so this is KS, Kingship and Money, or Kansas, which is obviously associated with the actual royal family, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. really pleasantly surprised yesterday when I realized this king symbol and this money sign is Kansas. That's tight. This is a perfect prop for my show, if you will. What was up with that? As soon as you wonder, it kind of goes away even more. What was I going to say? I need to rewind. Go back and watch the last 2 minutes of my thing real quick to see what the fuck I was talking about. Oh yeah. No human children. I have 3 dogs. One of which could take down a deer by herself. So like, it's kind of the opposite for me. I had to realize it was a bit of, at first it was like, fuck. I'm not the baddest motherfucker on the planet. But then I realized nobody's going to want anything from me unless they see my tools and unless they want my tools, basically, right? And so, but you got to know how to work on something for that. Well, anyway, my children are actually going to get the food for me. My dogs are going to scavenge and take down game and bring it to me. So I guess somebody could take me out for my dog if they wanted my dogs, but yeah, they're not just gonna go with you. You know what I mean? They ain't like that. They go. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna like you for unless you can fool my dogs that you didn't kill me, that you were trying to help me, or that it was an accident. If you can fool my dogs into thinking that, I don't know. That's disgusting. Because when I see a deer run by, let's just say I don't even control her that much. If she wants something, she's gonna get it. So yes, not even a big male. It's a big female. I believe if a deer ran by, I just have to let nature take its course. She's going to bite that fucking leg, take that fucking deer down, and all I have to do is catch up to him. So she's at least going to injure it, corner it, maybe, hopefully, fortunately, half the time at least. And I got a deer for the easy pickings. Whereas other people, so in other words, I'm one of the safest people on the planet. I'm one of the most harmless people on the planet, actually. They say it's the quiet ones you have to worry about. It's the people with starving children you have to worry about. But it's also the people who care about children much more than some motherfucker, right? Unlike Alex Karp. So by himself, Alex Karp is one of the most harmless pussy motherfuckers you could ever encounter. But with his technology company, he's murdering all the weakest, smallest, most innocent people on the face of this planet. I think when you give people a lot of access to our actual technology, they prove what kind of person they are. We have anonymous slave owners. If you think you know who the enemy is, that's just the public one. Who's in Antarctica? Where's Terramar? Why are they heating our ionosphere and telling us we have to block out the sun? These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Ooh, accidentally hit the trash can. Did not hit delete video, let alone permanently delete from recently deleted. Got to keep this one. This is a good one.
We got Konstantinovka. Quite soon, liberation of Donbass will be finished. We're moving. I think that this month we liberated more than 700 square kilometers. And by the way, if you look at the operation, since 24th of February 2022 till today, amount of land that became Russian land is greater than the amount of land that became part of the Soviet Union during the Great Patriotic War, starting from 22nd June 1941 till May 9th, 1945. Yes, went all the way to Berlin, but then we got back. It was not our territory. We got only Kaliningrad district and Tuva joined us. Nowadays, we have liberated Russian people that now are part of Russia with the land of their own.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this question. I don't disagree with your analysis. I don't think anybody, the Pentagon doesn't deny that Russia's winning. The Pentagon doesn't deny that Iran is winning strategically.
So Israel murders Jesus's descendants, relatives' descendants, if he didn't have sex. Israel murders Jesus's relatives, knocks the old ladies in the head, shoots the old men. You know, same thing with the younger people. We're talking about the West Bank, Lebanon. So in other words, so Israel murders and robs Jesus's relatives for a living. Russia frees people and lets them keep their land. That's fucking amazing. What a tremendous world of difference between the two types of operations.
And now Zelensky says they're getting, a third of the missiles they were. Clearly they're falling apart. Clearly they're now eating their own. That's a final phase. How do you see this ending or winding down without NATO being able to get a provocation to be able to fully come in? But even if they do, no one wants to be conscripted.
With what? Alex, with what?
I agree. I'm about to say they're trying to bring.
They can join this war with fucking what? They cannot even deal with Iran. So now Donald Trump is raising hell to the Ministry of War, used to be Minister of Defense, because there is not.
That's funny. We call it secretary, but every other country calls it minister, which is pretty much a cooler term. Oh, they don't want us to sound Christian. A minister does Christian stuff. A secretary. My grandma was a secretary for the Board of Education for 30 years. You really want to be... You think being referred to as the bitch that answers the phone and types up the letters? I'm just saying in general. I'm just speaking freely now. Should be equated to the one who heads our military? Why do we call them secretaries? Like, yeah, we have a whole different connotation to it. Oh, you're sexist. I'd rather be a minister than a secretary. I mean, it's a whole different outlook on the interpretation of the job title. Anyway, so I like how he says Pete Hegseth's the Minister of War used to be the Minister of Defense.
This ending or winding down without NATO being able to get a provocation to be able to fully come in. But even if they do, no one wants to be conscripted.
With what?
Alex,
with what?
I agree. I'm about to say they're trying to bring.
They can join this war with fucking what? They cannot even deal with Iran. So now Donald Trump is raising hell to the Ministry of War, used to be Minister of Defense, because there is not enough missiles to complete the job. Patriots, none. Long-range missiles, not enough. So, oh yeah, just forgot. Zelensky was willing to help to protect Arab world from Iranian missiles. Succeeded? Look at Kiev. He cannot protect his own capital. But even there is one drone that is hitting Russian refinery, the whole world is saying, oh, Russia is losing. When the whole Kiev is on fire, the world is saying, oh, that's awful. How come? Stupid.
So Vladimir,
Israelis are killing Palestinians in quantity. No regret, nothing, no sanctions. As if it's, I don't know what's happening with people nowadays. What's happening with this world? How come that they can applaud to kids being killed and no one pays attention?
well, that brings us to the issue of Israel being supportive, clearly giving Ukraine intelligence on Iranian ships they sunk. And what is your view on what Israel's become under Netanyahu? I know you've never been anti-Israel. You're Jewish yourself.
My big problem being Jewish, to explain to my friends that no Jewish are Israelis and not all Israelis are Jewish.
My point exactly. If you're obviously a hillbilly redneck peckerwood honky cracker white Jew, you're not a sand nigger, you're not a Semite. I'm going to keep saying that because that's the point. Basically calling yourself a Muslim. I mean, it's like, come on. We know the Jews started Islam. We know the Jews want to have Muslims and Christians weaken and kill each other so that they can finally take that. Or do they already have the biggest share of the power since they're able to do that? Who are these Satanists posing as Jews? I mean, we all know that some Jews are satanic anyway, right? There's God-loving Jews, and then there's Satan-loving Jews. We all know this. Hey, Free People Radio's on. Notifications on both phones. Hey, Julie Green's on.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Oh, Julie Green.
He catches those who think they are wise in their own clever traps, so they fall for their own traps, and brings to an end their evil plans. Daylight will be like darkness for them. Even at noon, they will have to feel their own way as in the dark. God, this is verse 15, God saves the poor from the hurtful words of the wicked. He saves them from those who are powerful.
Oh. She reads a little too much Schofield Bible. A little too much of that rewrite of the rewrite, you know? I mean, I'm not hating on the Bible. I'm just saying, why are 22 books missing? And what that we still have access to has or hasn't been altered. Oh. So not only is it incomplete, but it might be wrong. Some of it. Like some of it might just be fucking made up by somebody. For special interests. Why have they literally disappeared every other version of the Bible? Have you noticed that? And they don't want to, have you heard that it's a Schofield Bible? A guy that rewrote it in 1905 or 1909? We're not even talking about Constantine rewriting it before the Muslims conquered Turkey. And it was Constantinople before it was Istanbul. We're not even talking about the Constantine rewrite. We're talking 500 years later. I'm guessing. We're talking 500 years later. A guy named Schofield rewrote it. Like very recently. What?
The poor
And now they don't even want us to have this.
have hope. God.
That's why I keep one on my dashboard for all the world to see through my windshield at all times. They see a Bible. They see a pair of American flag shorts. They see another American flag hanging off the door handle. If they squint really hard, they see these Catholic pendants. You're going to see this KS too.
Shuts.
I'm not Catholic. I'm Christian. There's a difference. One of them simulates cannibalism and the other one doesn't. And the way they do it, all unsanitary, eating a cracker out of the same nasty little hands that jacked off dick, wiped ass, grabbed door handles, used the water fountain button, touched the cell phones after shitting and touching dick. And it's like, come on, what in the fuck are you doing eating out of that guy's fingers? You gotta be shitting yourself, dumbass. And then you're gonna pay the Rothschild loan in the collection plate? Come on.
Mouths of those who cause them harm. God shuts the mouths of those who are trying to cause us harm. It is scriptural. God is saving us. Let's go to Psalm 21:11.
Must be why he hasn't shut me up.
Out of the CEV translation. All their plans to harm you will come to nothing.
Guess that's why God hadn't shut me up. I get wrongfully arrested and immediately start streaming with my voice when I get out. 8 hours, fortunately. They tried to book me. They tried to revoke my bond and book me for a traffic ticket I already tried to go to court for. They had verbally served me instead of with the papers, so they suddenly said I didn't have a court date, and there was a warrant out for my arrest. I was like, what? I'm here. Can I speak with the judge? And they refused. But I immediately started streaming with my voice when I got out. They 2.5 times the bond for some fucking weird reason, dude. That's unconstitutional. They guaranteed me a bond to even cooperate and go into custody, and then revoked it after they took my mugshot. I'm coming to do away with folks like you as your governor. I'm speaking to the judges, the attorneys, the deputies around the jail, all of them. The only one who had my back was my dad and a bail bondsman. A bail bondsman here in town who made a bail bondsman in the other county get the fuck up off of their lazy... Sorry, I shouldn't say that because I think that's my bail bondsman. But in other words, at least the bondsmen are good people and they fight to get your ass out. They compete to get your ass out of jail. Thank you, God. The last person I had a bond with was a bail bondsman. That's a Royce to 5'9" line, a rap bar. When he's freestyling with Eminem, we might play that. I might look that up and play it. I mean, his entire verse is extremely high level. Like when you say high level rap, we're not talking hardly any drive-bys, pimping, drug dealing. Like none of that actually gets mentioned in high level rap. No drive-bys, no pimping, no fucking bitches, no making money, no shooting, no beating people up, no prostitution, no stripping and fucking guys for money, whatever it is. Like all that is bullshit. That's all psyop enemy bullshit. High quality rap is I'll punch you in the fucking face if you ever disrespect me and then go and invest into a grocery store. That's what he said. That's one of the lines in that too. But yeah, gosh, it's just so amazing that the last person I had a bond with was a bail bondsman. He's fucking right about that.
All their plans to harm you will come to nothing. God is greater than our enemy. And any plan they have will come to nothing. Isaiah 8:10 out of the ERV translation. Isaiah 8:10. Make your plans for the fight. Your plans will be defeated. Give orders to your armies, for your orders will be useless.
You're not working.
Because God is with us.
You're not working right now. Stop.
This is one thing that we should have encouragement in. God is with us.
Stop, please.
And if we know if God is with us,
Hey.
then who can be against us? All right. Psalm 33:10. And this one's out of the ERV translation. The Lord can ruin every decision the enemies or the nations make. He can spoil all their plans. The Lord can ruin every decision the nations make. The nations may be making tons of decisions against us, but God will ruin every single one of their decisions. That's why we can hold our heads high and declare and decree. We thank you, Father God. Our enemies are not taking this nation out. We thank you, Father God. They will not have these 2026 midterms because you are ruining every one of their wicked and evil plans. This is how we can hold our head high and be confident, declaring and decreeing the word of God because it will be established. Psalm 68:1-2 out of the CEV translation. Psalm 68:1-2 out of the CEV. Do something, God. Scatter your hateful enemies. Make them turn and run. Scatter them like smoke. When you come near, make them melt like wax in a fire. When God is on the scene, the enemies can't be. When God is on the scene, the enemies can't be because the enemies can't be in his presence. That's why the enemies hate when we are in God's presence because they can't be there. That's why we need to ask God for his presence in our life and our homes every day. Ask God for his presence in our nation's capital, in our state buildings, everywhere. Because I'm telling you, I've been in some of these political buildings in the states or in the federal, in Washington, D.C., and I'm telling you, the evil I felt was indescribable. We need to flip the switch. And instead of feeling that evil going into these Capitol buildings or going into these federal buildings, we should be able to feel the presence of Almighty God. Can you imagine? Instead of us like getting uncomfortable walking into the steps of our state capitol or walking into the steps of the, wherever the Capitol buildings, wherever they are in Washington, D.C., any building, and feeling God or anyone, the monuments, anything. Instead of feeling the evil, feeling God there, the difference it will make in this nation. And if God's there, the enemies can't be. Nahum 1:2 out of the ERV translation. Nahum 1:2. The Lord is a jealous God. The Lord punishes the guilty, and he is very angry. The Lord punishes his enemies, and he will stay angry with them. We know that judgment's coming. Because it says right here, the Lord punishes his enemies. How does he punish them? With judgment. He gives them time to repent. When they don't, judgment comes. Last verse, I'll go back over the prophetic word. Psalm 145 and verse 20. Psalm 145 and verse 20 out of the Classic Amplified. The Lord preserves all those who love him, but all the wicked he will destroy. We can have confidence knowing that God will destroy all the wicked.
Why is Alex Karp still killing little girls, bitch?
We have to have that firm, focused foundation on the Father right now more than ever. Because even in these prophetic words I heard last week, prophetic words,
Yeah, let me let this fucking psychotic Peckerwood, who thinks he's a fucking sand nigger, kill more schoolgirls. and just read the fucking Scofield Bible. Come on, man. A Christian with free will. With a Christian with free will. Not just one. Not just one. Not just me. And I'm not here to tell you what everything about Christianity is. I'm telling you what the fuck I think it is. Christians with fucking dick and balls need to use the free will God gave them. And what's this shit about AIPAC being able to buy elections? I don't give a fuck how many millions of dollars they threw against Thomas Massie. Threw it at what? They bought votes? You bought an election? What do you mean $30 million to unseat Thomas Massie? The fuck does that mean? You purchased more signs? You paid for a few more speaking events or what? But it will be nice when the state stops murdering babies and lets us smoke a fucking joint. Say that to this guy. Be nice when the state stops murdering babies and lets us smoke a joint, right? Big fucking difference there, isn't there? It's like, which one would you rather do? Motherfucker had bitch Why is the phone tickle burning my skin? It's like a pain. It's a very light pain that's inside of the skin. Why is the phone burning me? Oh my gosh. Just holding it and typing or doing anything is burning the fuck out of my fingers, man. Like, it's subtle. I don't think most people notice it. That shit burns. Just where you're holding the back of the phone so you can type with your thumb. That shit fucking hurts just a little bit. It's in there. It's like it's not going away yet. But anyway, President Trump said 6G will penetrate the skin more deeply. 6G will penetrate the skin more deeply than 5G. Make sure to eat glyphosate so you can't tan and resist it. Make sure you block your melanin production. Don't do that. Stop eating American wheat. I'm about to snatch some wheat from a farm and dry it myself without glyphosate. I'm going to take the full 3 days to dry it. Or, oh, they say it saves 3 days. So maybe it's...
Yeah, look at this.
Maybe
so,
it's a week.
This is the people take a lot of pride in having defeated the empire. You know?
Strait of Hormuz has been closed. Bab el-Mandeb's closed. They're going to close the Strait of Gibraltar. They'll close the Strait of Malacca. Wow, I just rattled off 4 straits that our world trade depends on. Anyway, I'm for American manufacturing anyway, so I don't really give a fuck. There's a lot of stuff right here in my country. It's all I need. All I need is right here in my country, you know? But for the traders and bankers, that's all one individual. Trader, bankers. Banker, traders. No, don't do it. Don't even do it. Don't worry about it. And then, hey, we have 4 straits closed, and they think we need to spray blood cancer chemical on our fucking wheat to save 3 days. 3 days? You're worried about 3 days? That's the farce. That's the phony hoax. They actually want to block your ability to tan, so this 5 and 6G will enter you more readily. And the radio control, which is remote control of the crystalline mesogens put into you from the vaccine. He didn't say nanobots. He didn't say nanotech. He didn't say microscopic robots. He said liquid crystal mesogens. I don't think they want you to know what a mesogen is. It can learn and grow and adapt and assemble in different parts of your body, namely the nerves. It's assembling in your nerves, and they're going to shock the shit out of it. What do you think the discombobulator in Cuba was? They shocked the shit out of the nanotech that was injected into the Cubans during the pandemic. Well, anyway, that's one possibility. So they're trying to give off the farce of save 3 days with blood cancer chemical. Meanwhile, 4 fucking world straits are closed. Some bitch now. It's a lot. Yeah. The second person didn't really want to hear any of it, huh? Well, fuck yeah. Glad you left. Glad you left, bitch.
They defeated the Romans. They turned Emperor Valerian into a footstool for the Persian king. History is repeating itself right now. Does that look like Afghanistan to you? Does that look like Iraq? It looks pretty modern, doesn't it? You know, they don't want you to know that. They don't want you to think about that. We're trying to fight essentially Western Europe right now that we did gain of function research on and made a lot stronger by depriving them of everything except what they could make themselves. It's pretty sad how stupid we are. Okay, Iran's Politburo-like body, known as the Supreme National Security Council, on Saturday declared the Strait of Hormuz will not open until the United States corrects its behavior, issuing new demands. Iran's state broadcaster published a statement. He's also a commander in the IRGC. The United States must never threaten Iran again, the statement said, must permanently end the war with Iran and armed allies in the region. The U.S. must lift all naval blockade of Iranian ports and withdraw military from the area. It also must completely compensate Iran for war damage, lift sanctions unconditionally, release frozen assets.
They want to shock you from the data center if you violate any 15-minute city rules.
But find the thing where Israel's talking about striking. Or actually, go back to it. Sorry, my bad. I don't need to jump around. It's my bad. Yeah, just go back to it. I'll keep reading because there's more key information here. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi earlier Sunday said that they were close to reaching an agreement on navigation, specifically the determination of the transit route. But the waterways reopening was contingent on other conditions. So he's talking about Araghchi is negotiating with the Omanis, and what they're going to do is they're going to jointly control the route, but Iran is going to control the route. He said in a remark shared on social media, I'm not quoting him on the last part, that's me giving analysis, and blame the situation on what he called the U.S. violation of the interim deal. It's not what he called it, it's what it was. You retard. Seriously. The IRGC also said earlier Sunday or Saturday that reopening Hormuz was unrelated to negotiations with Oman. I don't think that's true. I think they're lying about that. And would depend on Washington accepting Tehran's conditions. The enemy is forced to accept Iran's conditions for the opening of the strait to refrain from interference that is currently making negotiations, which have almost reached their end between Iran.
Go ahead and go to work and pay taxes to pedophiles. Anytime somebody behind me is like riding my ass, it's like, yeah, hurry up and pay those taxes to pedophiles. Hurry up and go be away from your family inside of somebody else's four walls all day so you can work for free half of the time, and then the other half you have to give most of it away to other mandatory purchases, or all of it, and you still never actually catch up. Yay! Ride my ass! Yay! Hurry up and get there. Hurry up and buy. Hurry up and buy. Niggas! Hurry up and buy. Hey, black ass. Two different movies. Is that two different? Yeah, that's two different movies. Yeah, that's Don't Be a Menace. And then Half Baked. Niggas. Hurry up and buy. Hurry up and buy. Hey, black ass. I love it. Who are you? I just need some weed, man. I had no speak of English. Pulls his fucking pants down and bends over. Right at him. Hey, black ass. Ooh, I hate your black gums. No, he said, I hate my gums because they black. I hate my black skin. I hate the back of Forrest Whitaker's neck. Bernie Mac, one of the blackest guys in showbiz, like skin tone, and I guess if you want the whole accent and ghetto talk, and I don't know, but Bernie Mac plays a black cop in 90 minutes. Bust the Wayans brothers. He busted the two Wayans brothers. I don't think there's in the movie. He slams him on the hood. He says, "Best." And the cop is darker than the, brown black guy that he's busting. He says, "I hate you, black bastards. Take. I have black skin. I hate my gums because they black. I hate the back of Forrest Whitaker's neck. And I hate that black bastard something." I used to have most of that movie memorized. Hey, baby, can you pass me the shit? It's actually shit in a fucking shaker. Whoa, and he hands it to her. Oh my gosh. And then they're at the doctor's office. He says, "Yeah, do you have a drink of water? Can I get some water?" And she had already pulled out like pins and fucking like a bunch of paperwork out of her tits from her bra and handed it to him. And then she pulls out a cup of water. Oh, excessive titty storage. It's hard to say who's a better writer between Dave Chappelle and the Wayans brothers combined. Obviously, Dave Chappelle would beat any one of them one-on-one, but to make it a fair match, you take all 3 or 4 or 5 Wayans brothers and stick them together, and then you might finally exceed Dave Chappelle's comedic genius and writing ability and acting ability. But that's like 4 different fucking Super Saiyans. That's like 2 sets of Saiyans doing the fusion dance. And then it's like that happens twice and then they fuse. And then you could finally match Dave Chappelle. But yeah. Oh, a couple of Subaru Forester Outbacks. Couple of Subaru Outbacks hanging out. I guess that's all they like. They think they're gonna survive something with a. No, I went Australian to Southern American. Hey, mate, they think they're gonna survive something by driving a Subaru Outback. Yeah, Outback, 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 Outback. At least it's not oat. It'd be Outback. Out is oat. House is house. Out is a boat. And to get if you knock somebody out, you knock them out. But it's a little different. Like if they said, if a Canadian misspoke and said oatmeal, it would still sound like oatmeal. Well, it's like the signal's cutting down.
If you suffer from forgetfulness or someone you love suffers from Alzheimer's, stop praying asking for a miracle. The answer has already been.
You might fool some ditzy bitch with that accent. But I'm on to your red coat.
Commie, world trader, global banker. World trade ring a bell? George Washington tariffed him. He prioritized our American manufacturing. I love George Washington so much. And I love Thomas Jefferson so much. And I love Theodore Roosevelt so much. I love Daniel Boone, Davy Crockett, Sam Houston. Yeah, jumping around in generations a little bit. I love James Madison, James Monroe, John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, John Hancock. John Hancock said, if I'm going to have the king coming after me, I want him coming after me first. So he wrote his name larger than any of the other founders. Anybody else that it's a commission. I said I learned so much from Alex Jones that every day is like going to school. It's not just him, his guests. There's not an educational program. I've worked for Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Walmart, Kroger, now Rumble. Very, very bad a job. Very rumbling, I think. They only give me like a penny of profit shares or maybe 4 pennies in a month, and then they'll skip a month this month. No pay in that month, and then it'll say like 9 pennies or even 10 cents I made in a month. And it's like, what are they picking and choosing to promote? Why don't they just
My dog stepped on my bag of pink salt, 84 mineral Himalayan salt. It's Pakistani salt, but she freaking crushed a hole right through the bag. Half the salt went out. The other half is like contaminated in the bag. And so I poured it into this bottle, and I'm like, well, I brushed my teeth with this stuff. You know, the coarse abrasiveness, but still pretty light. And then the remineralization, very good for teeth, right? You don't just want fluoride in there, you want all minerals, and especially calcium, right? I've seen hippies like swish with canola oil when they wake up, or not canola, coconut. They're not that stupid. They're not that stupid. But I know this guy that just woke up and instead of brushing his teeth, he just swished with coconut oil. Like he's correcting the pH or the acidity or something. Well, first of all, it's called fatty acids. You're actually increasing the pH, but maybe the acids dissolve some, you know, kind of BS that's in there or whatever. But like the important part is the rubbing. The important part is the abrasion.
Same exact calls platform logic that I had when I supported Trump the first time, because I
So
what he said he was going to do, and he lied to everyone, rug pulled everyone.
I'm going to do a better oil, beef tallow, and I'm going to brush. So it's like, it's at least infinitely better than just swishing some oil. Like, come on now. And you want me to give you the rest, I bet? Yeah. Ooh, look at your mouth is right next to mine and stuff. Get some beef tallow, Bella. Give some beef tallow. Okay. Please. Wait, don't do that. Get all chill. Please, I don't like that sound right next to my ear. It sounds like booty cheeks and pussy and balls clapping together and shit, man. Sounds like I'm clapping some chick's big booty ass cheeks. All right, let's not describe it anymore. Just that mouth, that wet clopping over and over again. It's like, come on. But again, I bet she could take a deer down by herself. She could catch me a deer if she wanted. Don't need a gun, don't need a crossbow. We just see it run by and she catches it. Feel me? Reactivate your service in minutes. Nah, I'm streaming for free. I'm using people's Wi-Fi to stream for free. Have somebody else reactivate. All right, here it goes. This is my first time doing this. I did it with olive oil, and it didn't seem as effective as pink Himalayan salt, but please, bitch. If it's in my hand, get your face out of it. Big old glopper. And I start with the back of the bottom teeth. That's where most of the stain and stuff builds up first. Feels good. Get off it. Don't do it. Get back. Don't shake off into our mouth, yeah. No, come on, man. It tastes good. I went ahead and spat, but I can't help but think you can just swallow it. It's totally different than toothpaste. This is actually a nutritious substance rather than a poison. Rather than an admitted poison that says do not swallow, but they want you to put it all over your mouth and get it absorbed into the tissue. What happens after you swallow it? It gets absorbed into your tissue. Anyway. Oh yeah, it's like hard on there and shit. Okay. A little different, a little strange, but I like this. That's behind all the molars. Not going to swallow all of it, but that was only like 3 strokes. Okay, yeah, this is like feels so much better than toothpaste. It even tastes better than the salt, but I kind of want to just wipe the toothbrush a little bit. This is not using water or toothpaste, just beef tallow. Imagine nourishing your gums with the toothpaste instead of poisoning them. Imagine adding what little collagen teeth might have instead of stripping it. And it's like, it just tastes like beef fat. It just still tastes like beef fat. Most people probably couldn't even watch me do this. And then some people don't want to hear any more details, but you know, when you hit those dirty spots, you could smell it and stuff. Not this time. It's like I don't detect that any tartar or plaque is like vaporized or whatever, combined with the air in my mouth such that you could smell or taste it. No, this is like completely clean through and through. It's just it's just a little bit of hamburger grease or something. That's awesome. This is amazing. And I'm just kind of wiping the brush, decreasing the amount of tallow and potentially gunk. So, wow. I mean, it's just less tallow on here now, but it's still in there. Okay, I did the inside of the bottom, the outside of the bottom, the top of the bottom, behind the bottoms. And we'll do a little more on the top. Maybe he can go back and hit more bottom. I'm waiting to see if this fat guy comes out and says something to me. The guy that told me not to ask a chick if she was single, he said, don't do it again. I said, she already gave me the answer. Why would I do it again? And then he basically turned around and started walking away. I really disdain somebody trying to censor my speech, you know? That's like the ultimate no. You don't censor my speech. If you censor somebody's speech, you're asking for them to invoke their Second Amendment. Like, don't fucking do that, you know? Stick with the first. Stick with the first. It comes first for a reason. Little fat dude thought censoring speech was worth risking getting shot and shit. All right, a little bit of gunk over here. All right. Wasn't until I wiped away most of the tallow that I even detected anything nasty coming out of my mouth. It was just in that space. Just in that spot where you do most of your chewing, I believe. So here's cleaning this toothbrush. It's my first time doing this. I ran out of pink salt because my dog stepped on the bag and stepped into the bag. I fucked up. I still ate a pinch because I like to get my minerals and electrolyte. I still ate a pinch of salt, and there was a straight up hard little tiny rock in there, obviously from the dog stepping on the floor and then into the salt bag. I said, it's not worth it. I was chewing tobacco at the same time, and I like to swallow my tobacco juice and chew up the tobacco and swallow it, but I just started spitting because this fucking granule started crunching in my mouth. I was like, ah, and so I started spitting it out. I'm not doing that again. But that's funny. This toothbrush is like filled with beef oil and a little bit of tooth gunk. I mean, not that much. I mean, this is almost entirely beef tallow. So look, I'm like trying to wring this toothbrush out with a paper towel. Okay. That's 2 paper towels I've completely cleaned the toothbrush with. I mean, and then there's like, so here's the third one. Okay, cool. Just like little remnants of tallow still in there. Do the outside of the bottom. You can feel when you have like film or anything, right? Save the tongue for last. I just don't like the idea of all that tongue gunk. But then again, if you do the tongue first, that's good too. That's probably actually the best. Maybe. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm detecting film. I've hit every surface. I know that there's a couple areas that sometimes need a little extra, like this tooth, this extra long tooth. My vampire tooth has a higher gum line too. So the gum line of just this tooth gets yellow and the other ones don't. Because if I stay at the same spot, I missed the gum line of just that tooth. So we can go up here and get this a little bit. There's no fang. No fang. A little bit of sensitivity. I could tell some gunk came out of there. Because I mean, if you're not flossing and you sit, obviously side to side isn't going to get between the teeth, but scrubbing up and down does get in between the teeth. My 4th grade teacher taught me that. He stuck 2 desks to get together, put a pencil in there, then he went like this, and it just rolled between the 2 desks and stayed there. And then he went like this, and it flew out immediately. So he said, that's how you need to brush your teeth. John Lee Griffin. We have the same initials. He went to be a teacher at like middle schools and high schools after that, but he was my elementary school teacher at Frederick Funston at 47th and Hydraulic. That's now a Quick Trip. So they say circles, but up and down actually cleans between the teeth. Try not to stress the gum lines with up and down because the bristles can kind of shove underneath there sometimes like a little popcorn skin does. Don't you hate that? But yeah, no, my mouth feels great. All my teeth feel clean. I'll do a little extra on the back of the bottom, the same place I started with, so that you know, that's the biggest problem area. It's not just me. Everything we eat, drink, and smoke blasts the back of the bottom teeth hardest. And the back of the tops, but last time I took a little mirror, there was nothing, no stain up there. There's no stain out here that I could see. No tartar either. But the bottom one, full disclosure, the only place in my mouth that ever gets any actual white tartar buildup, not plaque. We all get plaque easily, but then the harder stuff that can remain on the gum line, it only happens on the borders of the back of the bottom teeth for me. And it's probably from smoking and coffee drinking for the most part. Well, no, coffee doesn't provide tartar. Coffee just gives stain. So it would be from eating and just, and not knowing. See, the John Tesh radio show, we used to learn from that. And one of them was, in a job interview, always ask for the job specifically. Like, not all candidates do that. And then when it comes to brushing your teeth, the place you start happens to get brushed more, actually, usually. So start with the worst spot, which is the back of the teeth. Top and bottom, mostly bottom. Gravity. That's probably why, right? Food doesn't sit at the roof of your mouth while you chew. Okay, this is good. This is good. I can floss too. And I can get the metal pick and scrape, but I feel pretty good. That was a success. I'm going to do my tongue now. And when I do it, I lift it up and go to the back and drag down. Lift it up, go to the back and drag down. It looks fast. It looks like it's just back and forth, but I'm actually lifting to go to the back. So I'm not pushing anything back. I elevate, scrape forward. Elevate, scrape forward. Show you again. It's not too bad, baby. Yeah. I don't deep throat or chug. Guys who can chug, I never wanted to think this, but I imagine they could also deep throat. Anything they wanted. I don't even like to think about or talk about gay stuff. I mean, the Russian guy's correct. there was a particular date in each country's history where they decided not to be a Christian nation anymore. And that's embracing homosexual marriage. A holy union matrimony between two motherfuckers that can't even procreate and continue their species. They can't even execute God's will, creation. They have to adopt or purchase someone else's baby. How fucking sad is that shit? The only thing that, we'll just simplify and say that could make it okay, even though it still doesn't, because we need to bend back, we need to bend our genders back, is if you've been hit heavily, even in fetal development, with atrazine in the tap water that your mom drank, and if you, through the hormone disruptors and fragrances, plastics, birth control in the water, men have 4 to 8 times less testosterone than they did back in the 50s and 60s and even 70s. That's right. A 70-year-old man now has double the testosterone of a 20-year-old man now. And we know you only have about a quarter of what you had when you're 70. Maybe half if you keep in good shape. I wouldn't. Oh, at least half. Hold on, with TRT, you can have more. You can inject it. But even naturally, I think you can maintain 3/4 if you're a very healthy individual. I mean, come on. Look at this. Right? Look, you can see the separation and everything, right? I mean, some of us are just going to keep it for quite some time because we have good lifestyles that support high testosterone. However, that means when that 70-year-old man was 20, he had 4 to 8 times the testosterone of these fuckers running around these days. And it sucks. They're kids. They're victims. The 21-year-old men are like little fucking victims. Like that. I'm 38, and I just see all these fucking slavery victims, poisoning victims, and slaves walking around. It's like, whoa. Even my uncle to this day says I need to get a tax-paying job. And even Rumble will have to pay taxes for anything I make. Only made $2.66 in a year and a half. But it says Rumble revenue profit sharing. Straight up, it says that they paid me $2.66 of that for like 10,000 hours of work. It's like, whoa, what? Well, anyway. Hey, that was a good experience. I didn't use any water or any toothpaste. I did burn through 3 or 4 paper towels. Listen. To like really clean that brush off. This is going to be weird, but literally just has the essence of beef tallow. I mean, it heavily outweighed any gunk that came off my teeth. I mean, that was a big old gloop I put on there, you know? You can see that first time I spat, like, almost makes me feel wasteful. Like 100 beads of beef fat. And it felt like it got wasted when I spat it out. Like, damn, I should have put that in my body. But it's the whole habit of brushing your teeth. We can brush our teeth differently. Mountain climbers just use water, I guess. Just water or anything. Just use just water or whatever you have on you. Maybe you have some fat. Maybe you have some salt. But you don't keep a tube of fucking poisonous toothpaste when you're climbing mountains. I mean, some people might, but you really want to calcify your pineal gland, lower your IQ? and have to make sure you rinse as much as you can out, because you never rinse all the toothpaste out. You always get poisoned every time you brush your teeth, and that's a fact.
Is literally the greatest Benedict Arnold in American history.
It's chemo.
Really wild.
It's chemo.
Make them
Toothpaste and mouthwash are equivalent to chemotherapies. They get absorbed into the tissues of your mouth, and you go, don't they now?
America great again. Make Israel great again.
I just put pure nutrients, and that was awesome. That makes me feel good.
I genuinely had no idea.
I hope you find a different way to brush your teeth today, because I think I just exceeded everyone on the planet by brushing with beef tallow. I believe I am the superior teeth brusher of the day. Now, I haven't flossed yet, but if you're just comparing the brushing, and I think the only thing that could be better if you added some 84 mineral salt to it, because that is one of the most bioavailable substances on the face of this earth. Product from a cow, any cow product, meat. If you're not milk intolerant, milk, but fat, tallow, hamburger grease, like your body actually loves that. Why would it? Oh, I hope you're still not out there believing that fat's bad for you. You know, they slandered fat. They slandered animal fat in particular. That's very healthy for you. And they tried to say plant fat is good for you because they can make it a lot more easily. And they had a bunch of leftover oil from World War II. A bunch of submarine, army tank, machine shop, and factory lubrication was left over after the war. And so they started putting it in our food. And of course, that's part of the Nazi scientific experiments that continued on us instead of the German population, not just Jews. But instead of mutating and mutilating the German population, they just started doing it to us, and probably still doing it to them too. And that ties in with MK Ultra. You can just call it Nazi experimentation that the CIA continues to do on us to this day. So guess who's getting shot down by shoulder fire rocket with my governorship? That's right. CIA and DARPA pilots. Since when is it okay for my military to poison me with sky spray? You mean Air Force Department of Research projects in the military hurts, poisons, and kills Americans? Our Air Force is killing Americans, motherfucker! We have a McConnell Air Force Base here. This is the air capital of the world. Why in the fuck are you spraying us with poisons from airplanes, bitch? Why is my own military poisoning me? And everybody else? Why is our military hurting us? Hurting. You're not hurting me anywhere. I'm going to go where the fuck I want. But why are you hurting us? Air Force, Army, DARPA. Certain people from each branch can participate in DARPA, right? And CIA mainly, right? The anonymous ones. I'm going to make it my duty to hang by the neck until dead CIA, DARPA, Air Force, Army pilots. Anybody participating in sky spraying will die in Kansas with my governorship. Cha-ching!
And after October 7th, I started to learn, started to connect it to Ukraine and a little Zelensky. And all
Don't I
that.
seem happier after with the clean mouth? I mean, really, I feel better too. That's good.
But let's go ahead and go to the next one. Let's go to
Oh, I guess I'm different.
yeah, let's go to Joe Kent. Speak of the devil, and he appears. The most powerful thing President Trump can do right now is just to walk away, agree. It's his best option to end the war with Iran. To do so effectively, he has to be.
Thank you, Rex, for saying the correct version, the simpler, correct version, and not adding an extra word into it. or making one of the words longer. It's speak of the devil. Not speaking of the devil. No, I wasn't talking about the devil. I was just talking about some stuff that wasn't very good. No, it's usually a joke. And then you say that when you see somebody. But then those, to a Christian, those actually are fighting words. To a real Christian, he's going to start kicking your fucking ass when you say that to him. You know? He's going to say, no, I'm aligned with Jesus Christ and my creator. And even if you were joking, you need to take it back now. I said, you need to take it back now. But it's not speaking of, it's just speak of. So thanks, Rex.
To dismiss the inevitable onslaught of pressure campaigns and screaming for the pro-war Israel lobby, neocon crew will undoubtedly face. They'll tell him he's surrendering and hurting his legacy, that he's endangering American lives. Never mind, of course, the Americans already killed.
I had an interview to be the store manager at Natural Grocers, and I didn't even respond to the email. And I like that grocery store, but I think I had just forgotten to look. I mean, look at it like this. You apply for 30 jobs on Indeed, and then 2 hit you back up, and you just didn't look at the app for a couple days, and you missed a whole fucking interview to be like a store manager. With my 10 years of Dylan's experience and department management experience, they were considering me to be the manager of the whole fucking store at a different company. That's pretty sick. And then when I finally did respond, they didn't respond to me. So and it's just a matter of where my dog's going to be while I'm at work. I'd have to beg my uncle and my dad to try to put me up in a motel for a couple of weeks until my first paycheck comes in. Sometimes it's 3 weeks. And so that's tough to do. I mean, I can't just have the dog sitting out in the sun in the car while I'm at work. No. We make sure we're in shade and have water at all times. So, and I need to be able to keep an eye on him while I'm at work. So whatever job I do get, I'm going to need to be able to watch my dogs the whole time, or make sure they're put up somewhere safe while I'm at work, because and then they're all excited and happy to see you. Meanwhile, you're pissed off and stressed out. They jump on you at excitement, and you fucking get all pissed off, yell at them and shit. And that's what these pedophile paying jobs do. They actually cause you to fuck your family over.